we are back. Exactly where we left off yesterday. How about some clapping? Yes. So, yesterday was just a little bit over 6 hours of building. Things are going well. I did talk to Ernest over email last night, the creator of the SK Go. He has assured me that all these issues that we're encountering have been fixed on the new kits. Also, I updated Spybot. I keep calling it Spybot. Nightbot. If you would like to purchase an SK Go, you can get a discount. There's a little box underneath the checkout deal. You select Chris's basement as to where you saw it or whatever you'd like to do. That will get you a bit of a discount. That will also get me into sort of the affiliate program or whatever. I'll get a kickback from it to help the channel out. So if that's something you're looking to purchase, you can select that now on their site. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Hopefully YouTube is cooperating. I think I got it on the right stream this morning. There's a lot of people in chat. Kevin Schofield's here. Chris Galata's here. Wants to go to the 9th floor. I understand. 3D Jimmy. I saw Joe was building something. I know he's on a different time zone than I am, but it was very early for me. Corey Mack is here. So let's get right into this. So where we left off, we don't have near as much time today as we did yesterday. But because Fun in the Country Basement is going to be at 3 o'clock, we can continue building through that stream. That's not a big deal. But I would like to get as much done before that as possible. Robert V-Line, hello, how's it going? So I did get the shorter belt. It is a 976. They're supposed to be 1,000. But you can compensate for that by trimming down the Y idler, or you can print one. So I printed that, and then I printed the endstop mount that Michael created over at Teaching Tech. It's adjustable, and it should be a little better than this one that has been upgraded in the kit. He also changed that endstop switch over to an optical. So I'm going to switch those out first, get the Z lined up, leveled out, and get that idler switched out. So we'll be all good with that, and then we can move on to assembling the bed. Good morning, Sergio. What's up, Tom? 3D Printing Llama. Joe's 3/4 way. That Joe, Maker Noob, he is quite the builder. He's one of the fastest builders I've seen. I'm a little more lax than Joe is. So let's figure this out. Let's take a look at this Z endstop setup and how that was changed. Let's back this one off. It's good to see, though, that this kit is already being supported by the community and that its creator is very involved with us. So that's good. Attach the electronics in the back. All right. Let's see what we got here. So these have contacts. Oh, wait, I bet you he wants it on the other side. So he's got screw mounts in this new plate, which Mad Talon has subscribed. Thank you for the subscription. So these, if you put screws in this, it won't actually clear. You can't nut up things because it's mounted on this extrusion. So that might not work. It is snowing. We've got about a ½ inch of snow so far. I cannot pronounce the user that just subscribed, but thank you for the subscription. So I'm not exactly sure how Michael intends for you to use this endstop mount. Unless I'm missing something altogether. I don't know if that thing was shared somewhere on Thingiverse or one of the sites so that I could look at it. A fatal paper cut. We haven't seen that username in a while. I always like it though. Hello? Ooh, Thingiverse is timing out. Nice. Humera's going to be a lot of fun, man. See what we got here. Carlos, are you using the newer endstop mount? I'm just kind of curious at how that's supposed to go together. Let me see if there's any pictures on here that make a little more sense. What is this on? Lead screw alignment. He does have quite a few videos out here, so that's cool. Hey James, how's it going? Yeah, and I got quite a few of his parts. I printed a few of those last night. Let's see what we got here. One moment. I'm looking for a good picture of this thing. Oh, wait. Oh, so this new mount, they intend for you to completely relocate it to the top. It doesn't go on the side any longer. But still, would that make it clear though? So the original one goes kind of up here on the vertical extrusion on the top. This one they intend for you to put it like right here so that you can hit it with that block, but there's also a plastic adjustment piece so you can raise and lower it. So let's flip this over. I need to quit grabbing it from that linear rail. That's not going to be good. So let's just see what kind of clearance we have on this guy. That's why it didn't make any sense. So with that other piece, it's still not going to have any clearance for screws to hold that switch on unless they are really short ones. Let's just see what we can do here. Let's get a couple of these. Yeah, thank you for watching that, by the way, but Mac, I'm sorry to hear that you're sick in bed, but at least you have something to watch while you're healing up. So thank you for watching. Get better soon. Rafi, what's up, man? Yes, thank you for watching that coffee break video that just came out today. Yes, the clutter is ridiculous, but every second that I'm not building something on the stream, I'm trying to make it better. So updates to come on all that. We'll see what I can do to try to get everything all fixed up. It's annoying. I mean, to have, there's just so much stuff always going on, you know, and it's coming in, and yeah, you try to find time slots to do stuff. It's really hard to get organized. And I'm not even going to blame my day job. It's just, I don't know. It's finding time to get everything done. You know how that stuff goes. We're going to make this one work. He also said that, so we've got these covers, and they're probably like 2 millimeters thick, maybe a little bit more than that go on the feet of this right here. That will help with the clearance of our Z motor if we need it. So we might just throw those on and make adjustments therein. It's not conducive to clean. Yeah, I know. But we're going to try. I'm going to do my best. I got to get some stuff out of here. That's the biggest thing. And I am doing that. I do have some of that lined up to go, so we should be good. Same printer, different day. There we go. You just gotta buy more screws. What I should have done is made this table just a giant tray. I should have put a lip all the way around it. That would have made it quite a bit better. What does this build cost? The base price looks like it's $519 US, and I think you can get some discounts if you use the proper code. The codes are listed on their site when you check out. And stuff. Well, Tom, you're a good guy like that. Oh, I'm already flipped over. Okay. So we're definitely going to have a few washers to help with that. The problem is, the magnets would work great. The problem is, most of all this stuff is stainless. So that's not going to help you any. But it sounds like mechanical computer ones meet up. That's cool. That sounds like a good time. I thought that same exact thing. I thought I was being a really smart guy, and I was gonna get a magnet to help clean up the floor. No, that doesn't do any good. Nothing's magnetic. Yeah. So for those of you that are going to do this endstop mod with this other part, I'm using some of the 3 by 8 millimeter screws and 3 washers to connect the endstop switch to keep it from poking out the back. I think we need to rework that part, which I can do that, to have some captive M3 nuts on the back, just for safekeeping. And then that would work a little bit better. So we can do that. I'll add that to the list. And we should be good there. Hopefully I was smart and put my bit where it needed to go. Of course not. It's over here. Alright. Perfect. So the endstop switch is going back on. And of course I dropped the T-nut that was on here. So how was everyone's Saturday? Did we all do some stuff that was super fun? As Jimmy stated, the snow is coming down here, so today might get interesting. But I'm going to be standing here all day, so the snow really doesn't impact me much unless the power goes out. And you'll all be the first to know if that happens. There's that. Now, the adjuster piece, so we're just going to take this screw off. Actually, this would be easier from the other side. Let's flip one more time. I have to say, going into these builds, sometimes the unknown is a little off-putting, but by the second day, I'm always a little more optimistic about things. So I have to say that I'm a little more excited today about this build than I was yesterday. So that's always good. So I think we can go for some 8mm screws to hold this one on. These are just being threaded into the plastic part. Not a huge fan of that. I mean, it'll work for an endstop, but I would much rather see some sort of captive nut on these parts. Not a huge change, not a big deal, but that might be something we rework here in the near future if this is causing us headache. I'm sure it will work just fine. Okay, and then that is going to require probably quite a long screw to be able to Z that out. Probably don't have anything in the kit that would be long enough for that. How about, those are M5s, you don't want one of those. How about an M45? Yeah, let's go with that. So we're going to go with M345 for the adjustment screw. Anything you should use Loctite on because you won't be able to reach it later? I don't see anything. This is actually a pretty, I mean, anything that you can't reach is a T-nut. So you really don't want to Loctite those anyway, for the most part, and there's lots of them. It's pretty redundant. So I don't see anything that you couldn't reach. It's pretty open, yet. We'll see as we get into it, but... I'm not exactly sure where Z is going to be. But I know I want to This will have to be adjusted after the fact. But I know I want to put these at the top. I have a, yes I do, 5.5mm socket that would really help with some of these. Maybe not. Okay, so I definitely want to bring that up to the top. Now we need to level out. I'm going to pull this Z idler off that I put on yesterday. And then I'm going to bring this Z up because we're going to level them before we put that belt back on. And I'm just going to level them flush with the top of the nut just to make sure actually what would that give me? That's going to not allow you to compensate for the length of the rod. So let's see. Let me back this off a little bit. Just spot weld them all. So we're going to go with the block on the rail on both sides being even with the bottom of the extrusion. That's going to make us level in Z. Now, printed parts, I already grabbed those, so now we're going to use the printed idler holder. That should allow that shorter belt to work successfully. And I do think, though, after this build, I will just take this metal one and cut it down a bit and then put it back on, because that's going to hold tension much better than this plastic one over time. All right, what do we have here? Yep, this is good. Taking it all the way to the bottom and then tightening the belt. I'd have to know where, because so the gears could be at a different height in that position, at least on this, on the one that I'm building here. I know both of the linear rails are in the same position at the top on the frame, so I know that that would make them level, no matter what the rod length might be. Welding it after? Eh. Never let the machines win. Mike is here. Hello, Mike. Building a Voron while watching? Awesome. The printer is Core XY. Man, so you have about $100. Really, in that price range, so basically you have one gap at this point, and it's a big one. So you could get a duet, but that's a lot more than 100, or you could invest about 20 bucks and try an SKR13. I only say that because that's the best way to get to 32-bit. Core XY, as Tom has pointed out many times, but it's the truth, it's not the computation on Core XY that's really hurting you. It might be the speed, though, if you have a Core XY that's really tuned up. So, really, before I invested a lot of money in any board, I would definitely give one of these SKR boards a try, just to see if it's going to work for you. There's very little investment. There's more and more information coming out all the time on how to get them set up. People were mentioning the SKR14 board yesterday. I did have a look at that. It looks like you can get Wi-Fi on that board now, built on. Anybody that's looking for a main board, I always bring that fact up. It's not going to cost you a lot to try. You're not going to be out much money. Give it a try to see if it's going to work for you. It's not the best board in the whole world. It doesn't have the most awesome components on it, but they work and they're very affordable. It's a great way to get you introduced to Marlin 2.0, 32-bit everything, and then after that fact, if you want to jump to something like Duet, then you'll know already all about the nuances of 32. So that would be my suggestion if you're looking to get into something like that. Walter is here. Yes, Walter, I am doing my best to get back into the fold after being out of it for so long. We're not extremely close on level. See how we're doing on being lined up here. You know what I need is a 7mm wrench. I think I have one. What size is this one? It's an 8. The 8 is the smallest one I have. I'm really tired of using a pair of pliers for 5mm nuts. I would definitely go with 2209s for now. 2208s and 2209s are pretty close. 2209 is going to run a little bit cooler by default. It has a lower resistance. But 5160 is kind of overkill. I wouldn't even mess with it for a 3D printer. So I would go 2209. I'm not super happy with that level. So, Carlo, if your idea would work, if I could line up the idlers just so, and that might actually work out just a little bit better. So, let me tweak this just a bit. Oh, that's the bigger one. Let's try that method. It's not like these spin super fast. Okay. Well, this would technically be leveling to the frame, Tom. Alright. How do the belts look there? Probably, I don't know. My idler probably needs to come down just a bit. It looks much more level now. We're going to go with that. This will get us up in printing. If we need to go back and tweak it just a little bit, we can do that after the fact. Not going to hurt anything. Okay, so we have recovered from everything from yesterday. We are good to go. Now we need to sort out the bed. So let's set this aside for a moment. Slightly oversized wrench in the pinch. True, too. So let's figure this out. So somewhat interesting on this kit, this aluminum plate is actually a heater. I don't know that I'd want to try to run something like this, a 300 DC heater. It might take forever or not. It would either blow up the MOSFET or never heat to temp at all. I do have the spring steel sheet, so that's cool. It has PEI on it, which is my favorite bed material so far. I'm going to move these out of the way. But you also have this 400 watt AC heater, which we are going to be using. I'll put my 2 cents on the textured versus smooth. I like the textured for flexible and PET. It works great. I like the smooth sheet for everything else. Okay. So first, let's clean this up a bit. It probably actually does, Skalda. You are correct. They probably have those on hand. They've turned out millions of them. All right. These heaters always seem so generic to me, like something you'd get at Harbor Freight. And I realize, that's probably what we're dealing with here, but just the color, I think, is what does it for me. Come on, alcohol, you're supposed to dry faster than that. This is how you dry thing. Clint, you're the man. I will check the old PayPal. I have already started moving the filament. Yes, it is over there. I've got 2 of those shelves up already, and they're completely full. So I think I'm going to have at least 4 to get where I need to go. One moment. Where's my phone? There's my phone. This computer doesn't have all of the same stuff set up. I try to keep this one as much for the YouTubes as possible, so it doesn't have all the good accounts and everything on it. There it is. Nothing's come through yet. 12-volt. What is this thing anyway? Doesn't actually. It is 24-volt. 24-volt, 400-watt. So the heater's going to go on this side, and then your build plate's going to go on the other side. The temperature sensor is setting on the top of the mat. Let's try not to screw this up. Nope, 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 nope. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, it's right here. It's not exactly in the center, which should be a little better out there, but it is kind of baked onto the mat, so we should be good. So that's the heater side, and then we'll go ahead and put our build sheet magnet on as well. Dave, thank you very much for the 20. That is much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, no worries, Martin. Thanks for looking out for me. Mapper06. Mapper06, I believe. I'm not going to take a stab. I thought I remembered your first name, and then maybe I didn't. So I'm thinking of Minnesota Maker. Minnesota Maker is Greg. I have a really hard time keeping the usernames and the first name straight, and I apologize for that. But Mapper06 is the king of Prusa Mark III clone builders. He has quite a few now, from what I understand. Mark. Sorry, Mark. I know all of our makers by what they build. Yeah, that's kind of sad, right? But all right, how big is this dude? Okay, so it's going to clear all the bolt holes. Martin from 3D Pre Iceland is here. Oh, Don is here. Hello, Don. 5 to date, nice. Martin, I saw that you had a live stream with like the end-all be-all storms in Iceland going. Did you survive? Is everything well for you and your family? Is everything okay? We don't want Snowmageddon to get you and yours. But that's pretty cool that you streamed it. It was, that's quite the thing. I would imagine you get winter storms like we've never seen here. I'm going to smooth this out just a bit. Those magnets actually do lay pretty flat. The thickness really helps. Look at that. There we go. Okay. areas around here. Well, good to hear that everything's okay. Power line broke. Ow. It's hard to find the good stuff. I like the really thin sheets. It is easy to tear them, but the really thin sheets are where it's at. The PEI stuff. Okay. Next up. It did come through, by the way, Clint. Thank you very much. I much appreciated. Where is my guide? Okay. So I think this is where you have to re-drill a hole. And that has been corrected. So you have your bed, you've got your typical countersunk screw. He has a wing nut, which we'll probably want to get some cool knobs for soon. You have your spring, your extrusion, and then an M3 nut to kind of give you a base leveling there. So let's just see how this lines up on the frame. So it's going to go exactly like this. After you get that magnet and everything on this guy, it's pretty heavy. So is one further back than the other, I guess is the real question. So there's two in the center. Well, there's actually one back here too on this bed. But I wouldn't want to put those on anyway, honestly. Oh, he wants to do... That's what he's talking about. So he wants to do triple. The three-legged, the milking stool effect. So that's what he's talking about. That's the hole you need to re-drill. So we are going to have to drill. Which isn't a huge deal. It's a through hole anyway. I don't know that I actually have a 3mm bit, but I got something really close. So an 1/8 is just a little bit smaller than 3. Nope, an 1/8 is 3.13. So we're going to go with an 1/8. And I will not force you to listen to drilling. Although this aluminum extrusion, it's not going to take but just a second. So hold, please. And done. So that was the incorrect hole that we ran into. So that was one of the ones that I was kind of interested about where it was and how we were supposed to get around it. We just did. If you can't screw it, nail it. Tom's always in this for the worst. He's waiting for me to do something, which, you know, there's a lot of holes that I've drilled into this desk because I didn't do that. Andrew Murphy, thanks for joining. All right, so let's make some. There are countersunk long screws. I've had a lot of coffee. I can already tell. Feeling great. Springs. Okay. So we need a spring, a 3mm C-nut, of course this goes in the bed, do we have any more 3mm T-nuts? I dropped about half of them on the floor yesterday, so that is a 4, I think. Yep. There's one. James, what's up, man? Thanks for joining the stream. Well, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. I know it's all in good fun. I'd do the same to you on your stream. Don't worry. Okay, spring. So I'm either going to have to search for some of the T-nuts that I dropped, which I won't do, or source my own because I've lost the ones from the kit. Alright. I've really done a decent job at cleaning up the garbage as I go. That's not usually like me. So all I need is 2. So I didn't lose that many yesterday. Alright. Eggy the Tech. Greg, what's up, man? Thanks for joining the stream. Mike Toriu's here. What is up? How's it going? Lost for dropped on the floor, lost forever. You bet. I'll sweep up in here about every 3 months. And if it's just, filament, if I haven't been like cutting any wood or anything like that, lots of sawdust, if it's just filament and, metal parts, I'll pick through it a little bit and reclaim some of my hardware. But that's also a dangerous proposition because a lot of times if I strip one out or something like that, I will throw it on the floor. So that means it's a bad one. Like this one might be a bad one. So I run the risk of collecting stuff I don't want to as well. But usually the stuff I collect, I throw it in a bin. And then if I'm not in a hurry, I will go through it and see if there's anything worth salvaging. Because sometimes I do drop stuff that I actually need, like springs and such. Not just regular hardware. But most of the time, yes, Martin, you are correct. If it fits the floor, it's gone forever. Speaking of hitting the floor, there it is. We didn't drop that one. Called a garbage can? There's no time for garbage cans. What do you think this is? Some sort of proper how you do it show? Basements rule apply. It's all Mad Max and Thunderdome around here. Good as new. Cool. All right. And then he wants to put an M3 nut on the back and then a butterfly nut. What we get? Fish JK just subscribed. Thank you very much for your subscription. Garbage cans would definitely cut into benchy time. Absolutely agreed. Good morning, Rick Tanner. How are you? Are you getting any snow in Tennessee? You can even print one. Maybe this is the new benchtop garbage can. That's one of my favorite things to do in videos, though, is to show a part that I don't like and then throw it over my shoulder. It's very entertaining. I am interested in building somewhat quickly today because we don't have as much time as we did yesterday. We can build, I mentioned this already, but we can build in the Fun of the Country basement, but I would rather not. I would like to do more printing than building during that time, but it doesn't make a lot of difference either way. The other type of... Oh, we're supposed to be using slider nuts on this, huh? Do they have M3 slider nuts in this kit? Oh, I assumed that these were just 6s. You're right. See? You guys keep me honest. Good thing there's only 3 of them. So what's the big deal? It's a pretty good base to build a pretty awesome printer. It's already Core XY, and the kit is only around $500. They're kind of new on the block too. I mean, the guy that makes them is just kind of getting started. So I don't know. It's just an interesting kit. Maybe it's the next up and coming thing. John Smith, I buy Inland all the time. In fact, Inland is $15 a spool, and they will ship it for free. So I don't even have to go down to Micro Center if I don't want to, which I always want to go to Micro Center. But yeah, free shipping. I've always had really good luck with it. It's not the best filament, but it's definitely not the worst. So yeah, I use it all the time. I was actually a guest on someone else's video where they talked about what type of filament you like to use, and mine was Inland brand. A little bit of trivia for you. Yeah, I would much rather see this on standoffs with just some really nice auto leveling, but maybe that's something we can work towards. Because it's got the steel sheet, why not? I could have made it work with the standard T-nuts, but this will make it a lot nicer. Free Inland shipping from Micro Center. Maybe they don't do that any longer, but for years, anything you ordered filament-wise was free shipping. And sometimes you could buy like certain colors that they had overstock of. Sometimes you could get them for $13 a spool. And maybe that's, you know, during the Christmas season, maybe the free shipping doesn't count. I don't know. But I would order 30, 40 spools at a time at one time, just because it was a good deal. One thing about Paramount, I haven't had necessarily the most awesome luck with Paramount, but man, they have colors that nobody else does. So if you need an exotic color, Paramount can usually get it to you. There's so many filament brands out there. BBR2, hello, how are you? Okay, now we'll put a wing nut on top of that one for our super adjustment action. That's like Kung Fu grip, for anybody that doesn't know. All right. What's up, Vince? I'm doing well, BBR2. We're working on day 2 of the stream, but we're making it work. We'll get this thing. Okay, bed's done. Now let me guess. We're gonna mount it on the printer now. Just, I can see these things. Bed support, T-nut M 4x8. Move the nozzle to fit nozzle position. Well, we don't have a nozzle on yet. Make sure there's a gap between the heated bed and the front of the frame. That's good advice. Cool. T-nuts, bed support, good deal. Let's go for it. Sean Rathbone, thank you very much for the tip. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming to the stream. 48-hour shift. Well, maybe 12 hours total. At least 4s or 5s. Now I'm not remembering anything. All right. Yes, the bed is a touch heavy, but in this configuration, it's not going to move except up and down, and it's got 2 lead screws, so we should be all set. Ryan Butcherman is here. Hello, Ryan. working a 40-hour shift for Vince. Vince is a hard-working man, helping people. So good on you, Vince. Hopefully you get a little free time for the holidays. That's always nice. Nope. But am I going to clear? I guess it doesn't really matter. How long are the wires? I might want to flip that. I think I would rather have the single in the front, honestly. Let's see what that looks like. The Mini Prusa? Yeah. It should be a good machine, though. Alright, I want to push this back just a touch. Because it might not clear in every situation. It is 3-point screw adjustment, yes. I like that much better. I mean, I am very, Ricky, to your point, I'm very interested to see what this Mini does to our landscape as a whole. Because you're right, I mean, Prusa's notorious for getting stuff done, right? So we'll see what that does to that price range that we're always talking about. Where's my driver? There it is. I was on all day and I didn't see you here, Elf Pimp, so where you been? Two at the front? I don't know, one in the front just seemed nice.
Have a beer later.
Thomas, thank you very much for the 20. I will do that after this thing's done. This one, definitely, I mean, we'll see how it goes, but I see inductive probe in the future of this machine. Core XY belts, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. BBR2 has subscribed. Thank you very much, BBR2. Okay, extruder carriage. Use washers if bolts are too long for your block. Your extruder carriage is that plate that I've been seeing floating around. See what this plate looks like. Does it have threads? Yes, these are the cheaper rails. How many 8s do we have left? Here's one. Touche, you win this round. How you doing, man? I haven't talked to you in a little bit. Hope everything's going well. That might be an interesting experiment, Carlos. Get a hold of some high-end rails and just see if we can make these types, convert them to a different block, or just see what some of the differences are. That might be somewhat hard to measure. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that would be more of a CNC kitchen thing to do. He's a little more accurate than I am about things. Am I out of 8s? Nope, they're just all over the place. Imagine that. One more? Anyone? Bueller? There's an 8. Good morning, Jake from State Farm. Hard at it today, Jerry. What's up? I'm going to do my best to get this thing moving around today. Later on, Tom. Openly proprietary source. Okay, extruder plate, X plate. That goes directly on the block. Extruder plate, extruder carriage. Carefully and evenly press extruder carriage a little bit into both holes on the extruder plates. Press the stepper between the plates. Then you can squeeze the extruder plates into position by gradually and evenly tightening those 4 bolts. So the extruder plate, there's 2 plates that go around the stepper, and they have nylon tubes that go around them. They are 3x35s. These tubes, I'm guessing, are these 24s. These might not be 24s. They are 24s. So we need 4 of these guys. And here are our extruder plates, and we need this motor. So we have our X plate like so. Oh, so they have dog bones cut out, which is what I would call them, to link up with. That's kind of cool, actually. To link up with this plate. And they're supposed to lightly press fit on here. And then we can most likely snug those up with our bolt. Now, the real question is, what side would we like the extruder facing? We want it to come out the front. I have to tell you, the diagram where they give you the belt routing for this thing, kind of horrifying. Front, rear, it does have a little arrow on it, so we're good there. And I said, what, M3 by 35s? What do I do with my ruler? Ruler, anyone? That was close enough, right? I didn't put it away, imagine that. How big are these? These are like 35s. What did I say? 35s. Okay. All right. Okay. That was probably a mistake. Fix the wires. Oh, you just wait, Nappin. You just wait. I have a feeling this is going to be an absolute nightmare by the end of the day, as far as wires go. You're gonna love it. Paul, it's going well. I'm trying to get some stuff done today. Dave Avery, how's it going? You will disconnect the stream. I can't say that I'd blame you. It's just how things go. I mean, unsubscribe for messy wires. Well, I can tell you, I don't know anybody that would subscribe for messy wires, so I think you're winning. All set for Christmas? I wish. How about yourself? Carl's just way too neat and tidy with things. He's a live a little. Join the dark side. Hashtag. It's kind of that way, Mike. Nappin, he's been around a long time. It seems so weird that this whole mess has been going on this long. I started streaming in 17, so we're coming up on, you know, quite a few years of doing all this stuff. It's kind of crazy to think about. Feels like I just started most days. Probably appears that I just started most days. I never really said that I knew what I was doing. That's my disclaimer. I just allowed you to assume it. So, just saying, whose fault is it really? It's a goner. Is that the one I just needed? No. I don't even know what that fell off of. Probably my idler. But you're next, idlers. Now Carl's trying to Jedi mind trick this whole thing. In my defense, I usually do get around to going back and cleaning up all the wires. What's up, Carl? That's right. Roughly 5%. Actually, maybe a little more than 5% nowadays. Never had a problem with fire? Well, I'm glad to hear you never had a problem with fire. By now, though, I'm guessing the Ender 5 has probably had all the treatment. It's probably running well. Alright. Height of the gears. This is where having some experience with Core XY is really going to come in handy. Not saying that I do, just saying it would. I'm going to go ahead and put these little feet on, because not only will it give me a little extra height, it will keep it from scratching my table so bad. J Rev type, man, I would have to go look at that and see what that even is to get a good idea of what you're talking about. Anything that's going to be foldable is going to have issues with staying consistent unless they do it just right. I can't afford to ship it to you, Nathan. Sorry. See you later, Paul. See you later, Vince. That would be excellent if I could have some eggs and toast with you. Put the feet on, and now we're talking about belts. One thing I want to flip, that's why I put the feet on, is so I could slide this in the opposite direction and take a look at this motor right here. Yep. See you later, Carl. Because this gear will be better upside down. I have a feeling we're going to have to go around a couple of times to get this where we want it to go. This is also going to be one of those things that we can get it to print, but it will take quite a few iterations of adjustment to get it exactly where I want it. I'm talking about gear to belt height, all that good stuff to get it to run as smooth as possible and not drag on the shoulders of the idlers. Mega Omega 2013, thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate that. Okay, extruder plate. So what do we have? So we're doing a zip tie thing here. Is that what we're talking about? Let's see if I can. So, lower XY joiner, keep the cable plate. He does have 2 slots in there. He's using the trim the belt of sewn, pass it through the lower holes and pulleys as shown in the picture, and tie it up. Left stepper mount Y direction before attaching the belt. Okay, so the front one goes in the lower, and the teeth are towards the front of the printer. That's a tough question. For ease of use, predictability, Cartesian i3 style design has been done. And I think it's a great design. I think for a certain size of printer, and cost and, again, ease of use, there's really no reason not to get one. But then as you start stepping up into things that are much faster, Delta, in my opinion, some people just really love Delta. Delta's okay. I don't have anything against Delta printers, but they can be kind of hard to use. Sometimes. So I'm not a huge fan of Deltas. I would rather see something Core XY if I was going to go for speed. That slot isn't actually big enough. It's just the same size as the belt. Delta, I mean, to each his own. I mean, Delta is really cool, especially to watch them print. I think they're killer. But as far as if you just, I mean, it, you know, are we talking 3D printer people? Because Deltas are wonderful. Or are we talking people that want to 3D print? Because speaking as a 3D printed person, my views are very skewed. Brian, they Ernest sent this to me from the company for the purpose of this build walkthrough. So I did not purchase this, but the only place you can get them is through the company. And I will mention again that Ernest has set up a type of affiliate program. So if you're going to get one, you can now select. There's a box that says where did you hear or where are you from, and one of the options is Chris's Basement. And if you select Chris's Basement, you will get a discount, I believe, and that will also provide me some kickback as well, which is always appreciated. Yes, he has said that is important to note. He's selling them in batches. He's through the second batch now, and he's working on the third at the moment, I believe. And so he should have some more sometime soon. Okay. Clippers. There you go. That's a great idea. I think Hermes would be awesome for this thing. All right, X plate, teeth, Y joiner. We are backhanded. We're going to go around the lower XY joint, and I'm just going to tighten these up as we put them on. So, what is the size on that guy? It's this one, I think. Nope. If you want to go very fast on a Delta, it's going to require a little bit more processing, yes. That is true. Okay, we're through that one. Lower pulley on the rear, which should, let's see how well that lines up. Because all these are going to be adjusted as we go around. And believe it or not, that one is really darn close. I don't know how we managed to do that, but I think I might tighten that up and call that one a day. That one looks really good. All right, lower pulley on the rear. How do we do over on that side? Might be just a touch low, but again, this is going to be one of those things that we want to tweak after the fact. I've found it's much easier after you've seen it move around a little bit to tell what's actually going on here. Is this a bone or a Delta machine? Clone duets? I don't know. It's open source technology. They can do what they want. They're probably just fine. I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts about it. Delta, absolutely. Delta, you actually have to change how you compute those movements. That changes the actual processing of what is happening. Yeah, you're going to need quite a bit more for that. Core XY is just all about speed, really. It's just moving. You're just moving the same motors in different directions with Core XY. Direct, or it has a Titan on it. I'm not actually sure. I believe it's direct. Yeah, it is direct. I prefer salted as well. Okay. Teeth lower. lower. Okay. And this one has a twisty. Oh, I'm looking at this wrong. Imagine that. Plate. Lower one behind. Lower rear. Okay, we backhand this one. I'm just going to use the whole belt. That's going to drive people crazy. When you spend 5 days. I've experienced that. But again, I like to get the belt on and take a look at it. I think it makes a little more sense when you can see it that way. So we're going to get the belt on, get the right lengths cut, and then we'll take a peek at it. I really can't believe that I got these anywhere even as close as I did. Daniel, good morning. How are you? The belt has been cut. What non-Cartesian? I've got a couple of deltas. I've got an anycubic delta. I've got a mini delta. I've got a CMC delta. A little bitty one. I have a Core XY printer that is a... I have two really bad Core XY printers. One is a Tronxy and one is an M3D. So, a little bit here and there, but nothing really stellar. This will probably be the best, just looking at it right now, this will be the best Core XY machine that I will own very shortly. That's good to hear, John Smith, because I had a heck of a time with that machine. Want a rail core? I would like to have a rail core as well. Delta G code. Are you talking about slicer? I slice everything with Slicer, formerly known as Slick 3R. There's just so many printers to build. One belt, done. We'll work on the right one. Check out Project Red. Railcore is kind of a linear rail, Core XY. Kind of like this machine a little bit. It's meant to be like an overkill, super awesome fast 3D printer. They are spendish. There's a lot of good components there. Which do you think is the least maintenance? Maintenance isn't really a thing I worry about. Cartesian has been done so much. It's kind of a tried and true platform. The i3 design, Prusa has kind of led that charge. So the Prusa machines are kind of bulletproof. I mean, a lot of people will argue that, I'm sure, but the printers that I print on all the time are Prusa or Prusa-like machines. They just work for the most part. And I'm hoping that continues with the Prusa Mini. What do we do here? Did decent on that one. All right, let's just make sure we get it right. Higher pulley, we do a flip. We're gonna backhand this one. Excellent, we have a mini on order. That one's gonna have to have some tightening. How do we do on height, though? $400, 400? That's a tough size for me to call. I don't know, really. Trying to think. What is, who makes a 400, 400? I don't know that Creality, I mean, some of their machines are good. Creality owners probably don't like to hear it, but some of their larger machines, as they scale up, I don't know that they scale correctly. I mean, everything can be fixed, right? But just by making the bed and everything bigger doesn't mean that it's going to be better. So 334 on a Creality machine is the size that I would be most comfortable with based on their designs. But 400, I'm not sure. That's a good size machine. Prusa Core XLE 1200. Formbot, was that the Raptor? He did an unboxing on the Mini, sweet. Oh yeah, so if there was a problem. So if there was a problem, diagnosing i3 is way easier. Well, it depends what you're used to, right? I would personally say diagnosing i3 is way easier than either one of these two kinematic styles, Core XY or Delta. Delta, I twisted that. The problem with Delta that I run into is the leveling process. It's not very straightforward. I think I have one too many twists in this, maybe. Backhand that one. This one goes up here. Well, first off, oh yeah, there it is. It was messing with me. Make sure that's not tight. Okay. Yeah, they're supposed to release one. I'm curious. I mean, they were talking about it a little bit earlier, but I'm curious where they're going to go with this 32-bit board. You know, they put a lot of development into that 8-bit software. They have a lot of features that work with their platform. So, being able to design for both simultaneously probably is a bit of a struggle for, you know, getting developers and development cost and all that good stuff. So I'm curious. The Mini brings out the 32-bit board, so I'm curious where all that's going to go. Zenith, thank you very much for the subscription. What did I just do? I missed a pulley altogether, and I already cut the belt to length. Yeah. Printer building's great. Sure. Let's build 3D printers. That sounds like a great idea. Yep, too short. I'll tell you what. Core XY is my fave. I probably could pull this out and make it just short enough, because I left a little slack on this side. Probably make it just short enough to get by, but I don't feel like it. The screen on the Mini looks pretty cool. Something to hang this on. All right, take two. Info Mario, what is up? Thanks for joining the stream. I always remember that the part in Die Hard. Come out to the coast, we'll have some laughs. I'll make sure I get this right. Oh, I did it in the opposite direction last time. Yep, right stepper. Now I'm satisfied. Yes, there is definitely a more elegant solution than zip ties. Zip ties are kind of a 3D printing staple. Now, before I cut this again, I want to make sure my that one could go up a touch. I got a cross. All right, I think I got it this time. Kinda sure, somewhat sure. Don't cut it, no. Hopefully you don't know more than I do at this point. There's always that, we always have that one. Every time if I ever second guess anything, I was like, no, don't do it. And then, just kidding. We always have to have those moments. Okay. We should have more than enough to tension. Now, all of you loyal fans of Chris's Basement, if you remember correctly, the last time I went to tension a belt on a Core XY machine, it almost took out my eye. And just real quick, the people that haven't heard this story, I had the Core XY machine, it had acrylic motor mounts, and you know, belts on a Core XY are somewhat interesting to get tight and make sure they're going to be tight. So I was doing exactly what I'm getting ready to do right now, and only I was trying to get the extruder carriage over to one side so that it wouldn't move while I was tensioning it, and I had it under somewhat tension, and the acrylic motor mount snapped, and a fragment of it actually hit me in the face underneath my eye, and that was the end of that day. There is slow-mo footage of that happening available on the internet if you look hard enough. But that was a fun build. Wish I had something that would fit under there besides pliers. Oh no. You saw that. There you go. Safety first, kids. This one is much better built than that machine was, so we shouldn't have any worries. This thing needs a split washer. Looks pretty good. The height on these pulleys, that's one of those things that I could spend hours like, just a little bit here, just a little bit there. So we won't bore you with that process for this stream. They're pretty close already, but they definitely could use a little bit of tweaking. No Red Ryder rifle for me. You know, I actually had one of those when I was a kid. Just shoot your eye out, kid. Alright. I'm satisfied these are tight enough. You don't want to go crazy with it. Oh, my motor is, those are definitely digging on that pulley. I will adjust that one. So that's too much. This might be the one that I left because of that. Yes, this is the one I left undone. Come on, motor. This is an SKR 1.3 mic. Maybe just a touch on this one too. Don't strip it. Don't strip it. Where's the good wrench? It's hard to get the nice flat edge in there. All right. Well, this one needs to come down a bit. All right, I'm satisfied with that for now. I think that will definitely run a print, but we can tweak it later. Okay. Looks like a DJ case. Dual ZX-axis homing with duet. That might be an interesting video. Okay, so he's actually sending you to the E3D directions for this Titan install. So it is a standard Titan install. So let's put that on. Let's see what we got. ANET Plus. Robbie Mack in here? What's up, Robbie Mack? Oh, this screw's steel. It's actually magnetic. What the heck? I'm gonna need a little longer wrench for that. Time's going to be. How are we doing on time? It's noon, exactly. Wow, I picked a great time to check. See if this one's going to be long enough. Don't think it is. What are my other options? think that's going to need a little longer screw. Okay. Chris Travis is here. Hello, Chris. Yeah, I'm going to need to get some coffee. Air blower bag? A guy that's going to Murph 2020 for the first time, what are some tips? Comfortable shoes. That's a must. Because you're going to be standing talking to people a whole lot. Are you just attending, or are you going to bring something? Because just attending is the best way to do it the first time, in my opinion. It can be a bit overwhelming because of all the stuff that is there. But it's still a good time no matter what. There's always lots of friendly people. Be happy to talk. Everyone is always happy to stop and talk. Oh, maybe not everyone, but almost all the people are really happy to stop and talk. So it's just a good time had by all. Yeah. I mean, nothing groundbreaking for me to offer you on that, but it's a good time, no matter what. Yep, going to hang out is always awesome, and even if you don't bring anything, you know, everybody that has stuff there that has a table is more than willing to hang out right alongside you. Me being one of those included. So come on down. Stop and talk. Don't be shy. I guess that's one of the main things I could probably offer you for advice. Don't be shy. You see somebody you know, you run over there and you grab them. You say, hey, my name's so-and-so, and I've seen you on the YouTubes or the internets. And you make them talk to you. And don't take fist bumps or elbow bumps. You insist a handshake, or better yet, a hug. You make them do it. Never hurts to have extra parts. And you'll get a blank stare. I'll get the handshake. Okay, cool. Whatever you're comfortable with. Alright, so we want our grub screw. It's been a little while since I've actually put together a Titan. Hey, I got the grub screw right. First time. How about it? Alright, let's see what our Hotend choice looks like here. Tom loves hugs, I heard. Maybe I missed, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe I missed something, but that's what I heard. Mike got me the first day of Murph last year. I don't even remember what you said when I came up to you, or however that worked, but when you told me who you were, my first thought was, I thought sure you'd have an orange shirt on. But that was reserved for Saturday, so. Alright, so we should really heat this up and re-tighten that nozzle before we go very far. So I want to do that. I'm going to plan for it to be mounted like this a ways. No Haribo. You know, we talked about that yesterday. I should have went and got some. Well, now I'm thinking maybe I want it mounted this a ways. Put this in here and then that will decide. Thermistor orientation always decides it. Especially with this type. This is the glass bead type, not the cartridge type. They can be a little more finicky, if that's the correct term for it. Somebody's sending me stuff on Twitter. Is that one of you? Mini Haribo gun, nice. Looking forward to that. As it should. As it should. Thermistor is in. "10 minutes from your house? I'm coming to your house. We can go on the tour." It's most of a cost thing why you would want a mini. You get a lot of the advantages of the Mark III without the drastic cost associated with it.
Go buy some Haribo.
Duo, thank you much for the 5. I should have my people get on that for me. It's a great suggestion. All right, Hotend is mounted. There is no, I'm hoping, this is an E3D clone. It has a very tight tolerance on the top, but it also, more than likely, has a PTFE lined heat break, so you don't need the tube all the way down like you would need in a V6. We have this printer cost me nothing. It was sent to me for free for the purpose of this video. They are around $500 US to buy them. Not the best fitting Titan clone I've ever seen, but not the worst. The Titan is no longer offered with this kit, what I've been told. It is now a Trilabs BMG. Where's the pokey thing? Here it is. Let's just make sure we've got... I don't know how lined up that is for filament. Let's see. I think this is a 300. I've been burned on heat blocks so many times now, even that when I know that they're cold, I still kind of hesitate before I touch them. I didn't realize that that was happening until right now. It's tight in there. It is a tight ton. So, yeah, is the Go available in oh, okay. SK3. So I don't know all of his models right offhand, but Hotend doesn't slide in there as far as it should. Jokes. Now that one isn't dead to me. I have to retrieve that part. So we can get this in here a little bit further. Where's the cover? Cover kind of tells you where that needs to be. And it's going to have to go back further than that. This might also need a bit of a tap. Oh, everything falls on the floor. It's ridiculous. We have a burr or something in here. Had to use a mini vise. Yeah, that's kind of what it's looking, man. I see what you're getting at. Unfortunately, you can't put the Hotend in these without them being installed. Could heat it up a bit. Don't tell him I did that to this printer. It's actually really close. Yep, there you go. It's seated. We did it. There you go. Just a little hammering, it's still good. Cool. Well, that's right. You can choose if you want an adjuster or not on these. I think we do want an adjuster on this one. And then I think you have to have a, yes. No sound. I think the sound's good. There are 274 people watching this stream. Thank you very much to 274 people. You have hit, I believe that is the high watermark for any stream I've ever done. Thank you all for joining today. I really appreciate that. Okay. So I think all we need to do is throw the cover on, and we're done with the extruder stuff. Here, in fact, you know what? We need clapping for all the people that are on here. Okay. This should go right like that. Make sure we still spin. And we can put some screws in it. This should be long enough. I've only got every wrench I own on this table right now. That's the one I need. Just back from dinner for clapping. Well, you didn't miss the clapping, Patrick. Welcome back. We're looking good. What's next after the extruder? It is true Core XY, 100%. I just Core XY'd it myself. Did they give you any tube for these? A lot of times these arms will have a piece of tube in it so it doesn't pinch. There wasn't any tube in the extruder kit, it doesn't look like, but there is tube with this. I think he's got this piece. I think he intends for you to reverse it, tag it down somewhere or something. That's no big deal, we'll do that later. Okay, folks. Part cooling duct. So I did notice the part cooling duct had some support material on it. And everyone's favorite thing to do is to remove support, but that does make sense if you're shipping it. This does have some somewhat tiny parts on it, and I can totally see me breaking this as I remove the supports. So all your supports, where are you now? Looks like you got a pretty good do on this, though. The interface layer is nice and clean. So whatever, hopefully he was printing these on his own, on these own machines, but whatever he was printing them on, he's got the slice settings dialed in pretty good. Because I think this is going to come off in pretty much one giant piece here. All right. I think we made it. Very nice. It's a good print. It's a really nice part. I will be keeping this printer. There's no coffee in that cup. Yes, it's kind of like a Fang air duct, kind of the same deal. Yeah, I'm hoping to that this printer is going to turn out, everything's going to work like I want it to, and it'll kind of be one of my go-to machines. It would be nice to have something, you know, a little different than... I work a lot with i3s, admittedly, so it'd be nice to have something a little different than an i3 to do some testing on once in a while. Alright, how does this thing go? So he wants you to put it up that high? Oh, it just kind of tags on the front. Gotcha. That gets you pretty close to the nozzle there? Yeah, it does. Not bad. Right on. What do we want? 2 M3x8s. I think I might be out of 8s. Or I lost all the 8s. I lost a lot of the 8s. Nice, nice. It's good to hear. It looks nice. So we'll see how it goes. So this on here. Yes, it would be a good candidate for enclosure. Wham Bam has I don't know if we talked about this yesterday or not. Wham Bam has a foldable enclosure coming out that I want to check out. Enclosures are nice. I have a couple, but they take up a lot of room. So if you had one that was somewhat temporary, I made a temporary one out of like plastic see-through tablecloth years ago. And it's nice because it's just PVC pipe and you can unfold it, and it works pretty well actually, just for, you know, not crazy temperatures, but it'll get you by. Line up. You can do it. What's a smart plug? Good laser being aligned as well. For this thing, you mean? I'm sorry, I missed some of your questions, I'm sure. A good balance of watching chat and building is hard to achieve sometimes. I had to undo this other side a bit to get that to line up. Which is good practice anyway, but hey. I'm actually going to probably just a little bit of support in this hole, causing us problems. I can't hang on to anything, man. What other hobbies do I like to do? I don't have a whole lot of time for any other hobbies nowadays. I was a pretty avid musician at one time. I play the drums and the guitar. I haven't played, but I do enjoy that on occasion. Again, don't have a lot of time to do it. I'm into computers. I do it for a living, so it's not as interesting as it once was. I've been doing my job for 20 years, so since I was a very young person. So it's not as interesting as it once was, but I still do enjoy computers every now and then. And those are the biggest ones. I have other odds and ends that I've done from time to time. Aaron, what's up, man? How's it going? You're a wizard? Yeah. What do they say? Merlin and Marlin? I've heard that comment before. I always thought that was pretty funny. But yes, I wish and one of my favorite Jimi Hendrix quotes. I used to be a wizard, but then I lost my hat. I always thought that was pretty funny. He was kind of out there, but you know, what are you gonna do? There's no way I'm gonna get this in here. I'm just gonna keep dropping it. There we go. Yeah, starting out, it has definitely changed a whole lot since when I started. actually, I started in IT with a dial-up company. They had, you know, so many modems. It was a kind of a local internet business. I started professionally in that business. And then I moved to data centers. And when I started in data centers, again, I was like 17 or something like that. I mounted mainframe tape. And then I moved to running printers, and then I moved to console operations, and then I was in storage for a long time, so I did like NetApp and IBM and Hitachi and who knows whatever else they had, EMC, all that kind of good stuff. And then I came back to the mainframe team for it's kind of what I'm doing now as one of their hardware guys. So IO-gens, things like that. Moving data centers, whatnots. So yeah, IT isn't as much fun as it was at one time, but it still pays the bills. You work in the SOC, excellent. Work in the NOC, yes. We were right in, when I was in computer operations years ago, we were right next to the NOC, so we always hung out with the NOC people. We were all just waiting for something bad to happen, so, you know, we were all in the same boat. Now, we had some fans. They were in with, they were in this team, yeah, they were in this box. That's a lot of text. We don't have near that many nowadays. We're getting somewhere. Dial-up internet calling sound. Yeah. Also, I don't remember what I was watching the other day. Some show, but they were time traveling or something like that. And when they started to time travel, it was the dial-up sound. It was something like that, but I thought it was pretty funny. Justin Emerson, that's awesome. How cool would that be? I'd feel pretty good about myself. Okay, so we've got a fan on auto leveling sensor. Force sensitive resistor. Remove extra foam so the nozzle can touch the sensor when it is capped onto nozzle. Okay, so we're considering this as a temporary sensor. So let's check this thing out. Time tunnel? I haven't seen that one. We're way past second cup of coffee time. Oh yeah, we're way past it. I think there's another hamburger up there. Lucky me. After we get this done, though, we're down to wiring. Oh, he switched the plug for me, so that's cool. So I don't have to do that. It is in the manual, but I don't have to do it. These aren't really marked which one you would like to be positive and which one you would like to be negative. The center does look like it is marked, but it's a signal and ground deal, so it might not really matter. We're going to go with signal in the center. How's that sound? How's that grab you? Okay. Sensor, he wants me to cut the foam down with a knife. What is up with this razor? That's some really tough foam, or this is a really dull razor. In fact, this might be a great time to throw that one away. I don't think these packages are actually helpful. They're all oiled together anyway. Okay. Let's try that again with a new razor. Now I can really hurt myself. Much better with this razor. Okay, not the best cutting job in the world, but I think it'll work. Yeah, let's straighten it up a little bit. Mad Mike, thank you so much for the 5. Much appreciated. Your continued support is always appreciated. Okay, so these are intended to ride on the nozzle during the leveling sequence. So you definitely can't do it hot. Connector takes pressure, will eventually cause failure, and can be dangerous. Electric component mount. Okay. So I don't know exactly how this is going to work. This nozzle does need to be secured a bit. What are those, 6s? Where's my torque tool thing? Somewhere where I last used it. That's where it is. I did order a Prusa Mini. We'll see when it gets here. I ordered it right back when I got back from Earth. So I'm not sure where that puts me on the wait list. I don't know if this sensor's even worth messing with. Let's go ahead and tie it down somewhere. This one's just the fridge magnet type. Slap it on, good to go. I just don't think that is going to grip that nozzle in any fashion. I really don't. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get some wires out of the way here. Actually, let's bring them around back here. I'll zip tie these up. And then I think it's coffee time, and Vince is back. I think it's coffee time, and we'll grab a little bit of food, and then we'll jump into wiring on this guy. Benchy time soon. We'll see. I'm definitely probably going to do a hack job at wiring this, so you won't be disappointed there. I really don't see any way that that sensor is going to work for ABL. I really don't. I think we might skip that altogether. I don't think the board is flashed. I don't know for sure. He did send me links to the firmware. We'll take a peek at that though. Come on. All right. I think we're going to go without the bed leveling sensor because I don't know about that thing. It has to be cool to level anyway. That's my thoughts on it. And we'll decide how we're going to mess up all these wires. Okay, break time. We're going to get some coffee, have a little bit to eat, and then I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. The next thing we have to do is wiring diagrams. So, yeah. We're going to hook up SSRs, all kinds of things. So there are bolt patterns for the back of the printer to mount everything. Cool. You can have this screen. All right. So we're coming to the home stretch. Wiring can take a little while. We have, it's almost 1 o'clock here. I have roughly an hour and 45 minutes or so before the next stream starts. But all I have is wiring and testing. I definitely want to screw down the PSU and the relay. You don't want those running around anywhere. Other than that, we can just kind of wing it. Now, eating my alternate hamburger. 2 hamburgers, hamburgers 2 days in a row. Hamburgers like my favorite thing to eat, so I'm cool with it. I'm guessing he has all of the... Yes, he's got all the SPI jumpers installed and everything ready to go on that board. While I'm standing here, though, I can throw the heat sinks on top of those, because those are 2130s, and they're going to get a touch warm. I do love corn dogs. Yeah, we had a lot of extra hamburgers from dinner the other night, so... And I'm the leftover cleanup crew around here. So, I'm working on it. I do like these Big Tree Tech heat sinks. The blue is kind of a good look. What's up, Stig? No, I've only been to Joe's once. I don't go over that way very often. When I go to barbecue for years and years, I always go to Gates. That's just my go-to barbecue restaurant. But no, I have not had that one. Hopefully we don't need the hammer anymore today. Clean up a little bit so I can throw some more junk on here. If you had enough time and patience, a beginner could eventually get this together, but I would not recommend doing it. You might be off of 3D printing altogether by the time you got it done. Nice. I don't know if I'll need those anymore, but at least I'll have them all in the same place. everybody needs a pokey thing tool. It's basically a piece of wire that's like 1.5 millimeters, so you can clear out jams. Those are always good to have. They come with every Wham printer, so if you ever had a Wham or a Monoprice clone, you will get a pokey tool. A pokey tool. Okay, so I think I've cleaned up enough here. We've got still a bunch of mess, but we'll be okay. So let's see what our power supply brings us. We are at 230 volts. That will not work for us. So now we're at 115. Let's take a look at the back of this printer. Let's see what kind of real estate we have for mounting things. I'm a big fan of ABL for ease of use, especially on a Cartesian i3 machine. I like to just ABL every time before a print just to make sure. It seems to make it really consistent. I like it that way. Fixed mounted beds, ABL, I think is the way to go. CR10S comes with a Proki tool, nice. It's called the SecKit for a reason. Okay. This should be M4. I think all this stuff is threaded M4. Yeah. Ernest said that some of them were done manually, so they might not be the most consistent thing in the world, so we'll definitely check them as we put them on. So that has also been corrected. Ernest was very happy, by the way, all of you SecKit owners, the people that have done this kit before. Ernest was very happy to see that a lot of you joined the stream and were very helpful. He liked to see that. He did mention that in his email to me yesterday. So thank you all for joining. I think this is a good effort. I think he's doing a good thing. Hopefully his company continues to flourish, and there's a lot more of these kits out there. Probe types, inductive probe all the way. If you can use it in your configuration, inductive probe's where it's at. It's cheap, easy to set up. You can get them that are 5-volt powered, so you don't have to mess with regulating the voltage or anything like that. Inductive probe's where it's at. I don't know how close I got on the lineup of that. Pretty darn close, actually. Jim is here. What's up, Jim? PSU is on. He did include this fuse. He says, where's our SSR? Ender 5 is on the floor and has only done one print. I wasn't just automatically in love with that printer, but this one I am. I'm just kidding. I got you. And how about SSR? Right about there. Put the fuse down a little lower, maybe. M410. Okay. SSR is going on. These SSRs can be somewhat problematic if you're not a lucky person. So be careful if you're using an SSR, friends. Not to mention, like in industrial situations, these are supposed to be mounted on a heatsink. This is an SSR. Yes. See how they want you to mount this guy. M410 washer. Yeah, SSRs, if you run them, depending on the situation, of course, but if you run them long term, they get warm. Very warm. That's not going to work. I don't think this is the fuse holder that he intends in the manual. I think this is a little different model and setup than in the manual that is right now, because it is not going to mount with the bolts that he suggests. So we're going to go with a little longer bolt. Let's go with 16. They are not genuine rails, no. It could. I mean, see, this is that composite, the aluminum composite stuff. So it's got a thin layer of aluminum on the outside. That's going to help a lot. In this situation, you're probably not going to run into issues with that SSR getting too hot. But just put it out there. They can get real hot. Guess we're done with lunch. Short lunch. Okay. So we're fused. What's getting ready to fall on me? There we go. We're fused. SSR is on. Do they want any standoffs for the board? I'm going to say you do want standoffs for your board. 7mm tubes. So that's the short ones that I've been grabbing this whole build. Guess we can slide our fuse back in here now that I got this on here. Yeah, short and late lunch. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, diode to a probe. Yeah, that's not a bad video. I'm in the middle of making some redoing some videos that I've done in the past. And auto bed leveling is one of those videos. I did one in 2017, but now I walked through it again in Marlin 2.0. So that is coming sometime soon. It's done. We're just waiting for it to come out. But that will be some of that. I go over some of the 4 M3 bolts for... Oh. I don't know why I kept reading that nylon. Okay. But I go over some of the probe differences and how you hook them up and how you set them up in Marlin in that video. So that one will be coming soon. It depends on how they're setting them up, SSRs versus MOSFETs. This is just oscillating the AC current for the heat bed.
That's all this one's doing. I mean, you could... I mean, if you want to go DC bed and use a MOSFET, that's fine. But it's not going to heat up near as fast as this one would, but it would be a lot safer. So, 24 volt beds though, I mean, they heat up decently. But it depends on the size and all that good stuff. Why did I use that really long screw? It's because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing, I'm paying attention to chat. But it's not chat's fault. I'm the one that's live streaming, right? And I can't hold on to 6 things at once, as much as I'd like to. I do 3D prints. I appreciate you watching them. Like I said, I just started this because I was spending a lot. I started the live streams because I was spending a lot of time down here assembling stuff, and it was just me. So I figured I'd start a live stream one day and see who joined. And at the beginning, no one joined. But here we are years later, and we've got a lot of people joining. So it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. Just because I haven't thought of it yet. No reason. I did drop one of those collars. I heard it hit about 10 things. Somebody needs to go back and count up all the times that I lost something during this stream. That would take a lot of time though, so don't do that. Use your time wisely. Bingo square. There you go, Sean Butler. You know how to do it. To start coming in, I don't know. Probably a year better. External MOSFET? I'm not sure what we're talking about. No, it is not my first Chorus Live printer. Thank you, Paul. Andrew, don't concern yourself, but thank you for the offer. All your help is always much appreciated. The snow has really come down. Since I came down, originally we had about a ½ inch. Looks like we have about 3 inches out there now. So it's coming up. Okay, we've got everything mounted. Now we can start wiring. So the first thing we'll do is power up the board. And what kind of wire did we get here? Let's see what we got. here's our AC stuff. You definitely want to make sure you get that right. Okay, so we've got a red and a black spade connector, so I'm guessing that's for the board. So we'll do that one first. And they do have ferrules on the end, which I really like to see. Hopefully those are long enough. The SKR is somewhat confusing because heat bed plus minus and negative, minus positive and minus are swapped with input voltage. So beware of that if you're hooking up one of these because that is a great way to ruin this board. So just read it carefully. Where is the little red flat blade screwdriver that I use on all these terminals? This one's a little too small, but we're going for it. Eight inches, wow. Magnetic tray, yeah. If anything was magnetic, I'd totally get one. I have 4 or 5 magnetic pans up in the garage, but nothing's magnetic. This coffee is probably scalding hot. It's been sitting up there cooking for a while. It sat here long enough. All right, board is hooked up. We are gonna hook up the SSR, and it probably has an open wire on one side. It's these right here. So the SSR, for those of you following along at home, SSR is going to go on the positive side of the heat, yes, positive side of the heat bed. And then you're going to hook that into your DC side, positive in on your SSR. This is what triggers it on and off. And then same for the negative one. It will just go in the negative side of the DC side of the SSR and the heat bed, just opposite the positive one. It's so you didn't have, external SSRs were so you wouldn't have so much load on the MOSFET on the board. But just because it's an external MOSFET doesn't mean it's better. Just because it's larger doesn't necessarily mean it's better. The efficiency of an SSR, I mean, there are very small SSRs that can do, that have pretty impressive performance. So it just depends on which I keep saying SSR and MOSFET. There's some pretty impressive MOSFETs that are very small that can that have quite a bit of performance. Okay, so your bed is going to go on the same one side of it. Your bed will go on the same lug as your voltage in, or line, as most of these power supplies have it. So they'll go on one side, but you're going to end up with another connector piggybacked on top of that. We'll hook that up in a second. And the other side is going to be on the output side of the SSR. If I can get it in there. Then we'll have a short wire that hooks up the fuse. We're going to hook up the fuse in between the SSR and the power supply. We'll hook that to the bottom leg on the fuse. And then the top side of the fuse will sandwich back onto the... I'm sorry, I messed that up. The top side of the fuse is going to go onto the line, and then we're going to stick the SSR side on the neutral. Or the bed side on the neutral. Now I probably have everyone confused, or you're telling me how to do it in chat. You messed it up! There you go. We can try to get it into the fold here, if you'd like. I gotta move some stuff. Let's try another view. Table, table. This one's gonna be super close to it. Cut the blue wire. Why didn't I take the blue pill? So I'm pretty much working in this general area. So, I almost hit stop streaming. Just because of price, Mike, yes. Duet's much nicer, but price, SKR wins it, hands down. Alright, what's next? So we got all the power sorted. So they're using the Z minimum endstop, and they're using the maximum for the bed leveling sensor. So let's see, what's the best way to route this? This doesn't go all the way back, does it? No, it stops right there. So there's plenty of room to route these wires. Well, I mean, I guess they could go over the back, but nah, I don't want to go to the back because of the belt. Sure, you just let me know if I can adjust these. I don't know what's on the stream. I just, throw stuff together and hope it looks good. Hopefully. Let's put them in there. I don't know that it's going to have enough length to do that. Let's try. Nah, that's not going to be good. They need to be like routed around. So, just for the sake of today, we're going to go under the belt. I'm guessing you would want something more, you know, rigid if you're going to go over the belts. So the sensor goes in Z-Max. Again, I don't think I'm going to be using that. This is the Hotend. Where's my screwdriver? Now probably all you can see is my head. Cable mount to get clear of the belts. Okay. That really doesn't concern me at this point, but we'll definitely have to look into that for long-term use. Thermistor for the Hotend. T80. Right there. Heat sink fan. What kind of wires do we get for that? This is an endstop. I don't know exactly. They said that this one was kind of short, so I don't know exactly where that's supposed to run. But it's running like that right now. Oh yeah, fan wires. What did we decide? We'll go ahead and get these opened. These have ferrules on them, so that's filament runout switch. What's this one look like? This is for, so we're going to make a guess that this is for part fan, just based on the type of connectors and length. And this one is Hotend fan, wherever I put that one. The endstop wire may be wired incorrectly. Okay. It is right now signal ground and voltage, so we will be aware of that. Part cooling fan. We did plug that into the orange one. Yes, we did. It goes right here. And heatsink fan goes into HE1 because that will enable you to control it based on the Hotend thermistor. Mike, I have had the same experience on the sheets. You know, when I first started messing with those, I was using, I don't know how many remember the the zebra plates, and then they were called print and Z plates. They had copper underneath the surface, and that's when I originally started using the probes. But you didn't see a lot of 5-volt probes at that time. So running the 636 probes would cause them not to trigger correctly, basically, because they weren't strong enough to get through that layer. So on the steel and the metal, I never really had a problem running them that way. But on the weaker surfaces, let's say that, I would have to either put a rectifier on there or divider or something like that to get it up to a little higher voltage. I couldn't just run it at 5. I'm pretty sure that this is SPI connectors for the drivers. I think that's what that is. I don't know for sure. Okay, steppers. Left stepper goes in X. So what we got here? We have a 3-fer. I'm guessing this is probably the extruder one. Anything else? Filament sensor, right? Yep. Only works good on the steel sheet. Okay. Well, it's good to hear, though, that your experience is the same as mine. Left stepper. And then Y will go in the right stepper. On the actual end stop. Okay, I'll look. Thank you. What's up, Bennett? And then Z stepper. What is this down here? Oh, no, wait. This is the bed thermistor, which this one is. Yep. Where's napping? The wires are getting messy. All right. I have the latest version. I think it's the latest version. 3 or 8 something, 8.1, something like that, on one of the machines, and I have not experienced any issues with it yet. Are you seeing some issues? Pro tip: when you are, if you can find your Sharpie, which I never can, when you're, I might know where it is though, when you're doing LCD cables, just go ahead and mark 1 and 2, because you're going to save yourself a lot of time in the future. Now you can hear my furnace really well because I'm standing right next to it. Oh, come on, where's the Sharpie? But if you can't find your Sharpie, then, you know, wing it. Oh, okay. That's fine. We're gonna figure it out one way or another, whichever one it is. Of course, they're flipped. Oh no, it's my furnace. That's what you can hear. The whatever gates or whatever audio effects that are on in OBS make it sound really watery, digital sounding, because it's trying to block it out. Oh, he's saying that some of these steppers might be out of whack. Red, black, blue, green, red, black. They all look the same to me, so. Okay, so all we really need right now is some power. Let's screw this down for good measure. You don't want those flying around if you can keep from it. You don't want that. Bottom one's going to be a real trick. And it's not going to go in there right now. One's good enough. It's not going anywhere. We didn't hook up the extruder. I got the wrong end. Every time somebody says more power, I don't think of home improvement. I think of Back to the Future 2 with future, what was it, Griff? Hoverboards don't go on water. You have to have power. There is no ground wire for the AC heat bed. But the power supply is grounded. Guess we could put on our block. Actually, when I heat it up, I want to retorque. What do you say? We just going to turn it on and see all the stuff that we forgot? We got a couple of fans sitting here. We have a filament sensor. If I leave it unplugged, I don't know that I need it. I don't know if it will complain if it's not plugged in. They're using X-Min for it. Might as well go ahead and throw it on, and then I'll just stick some filament in there. Just for now. I have not seen the hoverboard that works on copper, but that sounds fantastic. Actually, let's just use the one that I've been using. This is my good luck power cable at this point. Or bad luck, whatever you want to call it. Okay. It's been a long build. I hear a fan. I see a screen. I see Marlin. So it says SK Go ready. So maybe it's been flashed? Maybe? Let's get this out of the way. And the power goes out. Let's just hop around here a bit, shall we? Let's see what Z's doing. Okay, so plus is up, but in bed down, that should be good. Let's hear X. X is moving to the right. Y is moving to the back. Okay. You know what? I'm going to do what we traditionally do. And I'm going to plug in USB because I feel like I have more control that way. I much prefer pronter face. And if we do need to make firmware changes, we will already be cabled up. This probably isn't helping at all, but it's really close to it. I'll move some stuff out of the way though so you get a better view here in a second. Let's just verify a few more things here real quick. All right. Let's see what M119 looks like. We are open. Z is working. So let's home Z and get things coming up. And we will well, there's our first problem. We didn't tighten the grub screws on the Z pulley. And it's not going to be real happy if you don't do that. But, you know, spinning it like that, did line up the pulley pretty well. So there is that. All right, take two. Come on, Marlin, boot. Look at that wind mount. Oh, we failed, so we have to power off now. We failed homing. Alright, let's try Z one more time here. Oh, that's much better. And fast! I'm expecting collision. Yes, it's way too high. So good. We now know what that's going to do. So let's make some adjustments. Problem is it drops the serial, so you can't communicate with it anymore. Let's see some speed. That is the king of speed right there. Okay, so we're not real far off, but let's. My screen could use a bit of contrast adjustment. Okay, so let's bring it trying to get the bed somewhat close to where the nozzle won't collide. That's probably fair right there. Well, I mean, when certain errors, you get kicked off of the serial or the serial. So yeah, you can't run the commands. Some, yes, M999 you can reset. It just depends. Okay. So now I think Z will home correctly right there. I like that. I think I can make the rest up. Maybe not. I was going to say I can make the rest up in B, or in the level adjustment, but maybe that is not the case. Let's bring that bed down just a touch with these screws. I am, my microphone is only good, or my lav mic is only really good for about 6 hours of runtime, so I'm due for a microphone battery outage anytime soon here, just so you know. Let's do the same thing on these. They have on this, so just to give you an idea of what I'm doing here, on this they have a wing nut that's sandwiched on top of an M3 nut that works as a knob. So I'm just making sure that those are going to operate. as knobs so that I can make adjustments on the fly to get my Z level somewhat correct. And that one I'm going to have to spin so I can get to it. So we won't get a benchy done during this stream, but we might be printing before the end of this stream. So that's cool. And I just jinxed it. Okay. Those are really hard to get to. Okay, satisfied with that. Now, let's back this one off a touch. So we can get closer to the nozzle. A little closer than that would be nice. A little closer still would be nice. Perfect. I like that. Okay, next, let's drop Z down. And then we'll heat up bed and nozzle. And then when we're up to temp, I want to torque that nozzle real quick. My torque tool is probably over here on the Prusa. Let's grab that while we're heating. I just switched that one out the other day. And all my tools are exactly where I left them. Well, maybe not. This will work. Okay. Pliers. We can't differ from the benchy test. I don't think we've ever tested anything first time out that wasn't a benchy. Just can't be done in the basement. Maybe someday. Yeah, we need a wire holder of some kind. Okay. We're as torqued as we need to be. Fair enough. Gizmo, how's it going? We are not going to attempt to use the leveling sensor. We are going to go manual with this one. Don't try this at home, kids. Okay. So are we up? We are up to temp. Is the extruder turning in the right direction? That is the next step. It is. What else do we need to look out for? There is a plastic sheet on top of this PEI sheet because it's bubbling up when it heats. We don't need no stinking ABL. We wouldn't want to print on top of that. Don't want that. Okay, let's home all. We haven't done that yet. Okay, so we definitely, so this is sensorless homing. We've definitely hit an issue with that because it homed right now. For all of you that would like to know, what do we got? I believe M914 is our sensorless homing. Let's take it to X10, Y10, since it's currently setting at 0. Okay, so 10's a little much. I did not grease the rails, but we should probably do that. What did you use, John? Did you use like PTFE oil, or did you have some PTFE grease that you used? Let's see if 5 works better. Nope. Not bad, we're getting there. We're almost in the home stretch here. that is not going to trigger correctly. But I'm guessing you would want to, it's moving in the wrong direction. Right? Do we have a firmware discrepancy? I think you'd want a home right there. Hey, Chris. Carlos, John, do you guys home in the front left? Hey, no worries. Never late. Front left, okay. Okay. So we're going to have to pull the belts back just a bit and cut off some of the excess because they're feeding into the idler here, which is somewhat common of an issue. Belts. Who needs them? Oh, my fan just temped out. Okay. So that 300. What's up, Magnus? So it said Y failed. What are they good for? Yes, there is a homing bumper on the left. I just wanted to make sure that we had a maybe a firmware discrepancy before I go troubleshooting all of this. Okay. Ooh. That was nasty. So yes, they are moving in the wrong direction. Well, I know they say that. You gotta wrap the whole thing in belts. Let's see that Y home one more time. So Y is moving correctly, X is opposite, but Y is not, the sensorless homing is not sensitive enough. Unless this is some sort of default configuration that that came with this board, but I don't think so. Wow. We could try to flash the firmware that he sent to me today. Ooh, there's a bunch. Yeah, I think we're moving the correct way. Y is fine. It's moving the correct way. It's just not homing. You need the reverse firmware. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I'm looking. All right, and I should have a. Let's. And just a second ago, it was showing up as a USB drive, and of course now it's not. Come on, SD card reader, you can do this. Come on. The batteries on the mic are still holding out. That's good. It's probably making all the cameras crazy. I'm going to have to find something that reads an SD card. Cameras are good so far? Okay, thank you. Had to resort to this 50-cent USB adapter to get something to work, right? Something's up with that card. This computer does not like that card. You finally made it to a live stream. Oh, wait. It might have just recognized something. There's something about that card it does not like. So that's no good. Yeah, it just keeps kicking it out over and over. There's got to be some more cards around here. We'll try this one. Which is way overkill for doing this, but that's okay. That one definitely read right out of the box. I think we might have had a bad card there. Okay. So we are loading the reverse version of the Titan firmware, as suggested in chat. So let's try that. My wiring is a mess. You got that right. Bravo. And it says firmware current, so we're good. All right. We're going to reload EEPROM, so anything that I have done will get overwritten by what's on this card. This one has sensitivity still set to 0. Stall guard threshold is set to 0. M914. Does that mean disabled? Now I'm kind of curious what's in that firmware. I just loaded the bin file, I didn't recompile it. Because it gets triggered instantly. So the whole putting a plug in backwards, it's not that I don't believe you. It's the core XY is moving correctly. It's doing what it's supposed to do. But the sensorless homing gets triggered before it even makes a movement. The end stops are constantly triggered. I think Y is going to do the same thing we did before. Well, that's what it comes with default. They're 2130s. I mean, it could be that access binding is causing the triggering, but no matter what sensitivity I set, like, even if I set it to nothing, it triggers. I mean, we could do all kinds of things to troubleshoot this, but 2:23. I have about 20 minutes. Let's take a little tension off these belts. It's how we learn. It's true. It's not a big deal. It's just I'm going to have to take a peek at the firmware, basically. I just loaded a bin file, and I should know better than that. I need to know what's in the firmware. On a 2130, you're right. I forgot about that. You're right. 2130 has a different set than a 2209. It's constantly triggered. It's almost like the endstop invert on this new firmware that I loaded. Endstop invert is set to true. I'm going to try one more thing here. Real quick. It's always a good time learning stuff. Yeah, and I did look at that, Carlos. All of them are on. So that is a good catch, though. That will definitely cause you end stops one way or the other if that is not situated. I have fought that one before. Yeah, it's definitely flopped in the firmware. Okay, so I'm going to have more than a binary. I'm guessing there is is his version of this code just available out here? Oh, here's a zip file. Let's see what's in it. Everything has a Facebook page. There we go. Now I'm curious. So these are set to Let's switch the driver stepping mode, 569. You can definitely hear that you switched it, though. Yep. Well, I'm either going to have to start over from scratch on the firmware, or I'm going to have to find some sort of zip or something that has been provided for this printer. So that's about it. The endstop is always triggered. It needs to be switched into the correct mode. I have to find a version of that code. Or yes, I mean, I could spend all the fun in Country Basement reconfiguring from scratch. Does anyone know if there is a link to... Oh, wait. I might have just found it. Let's try this one. Hold on. So this is... So this just says it's Marlin 2.0 Master, but hopefully it just didn't get renamed. No, absolutely not. This is not one for the new user by any means. Okay, let's see what's in this code real quick. I know this isn't real riveting for you all. I apologize for that. Okay, so this is it. Let's VS Code this. Okay, configuration.h. He's done a pretty good job though. Just starting out here, he's done a pretty good job of if-then setting up for the SKR. So by default, it does come with 2209. So let's switch to 2130. We have the Go with the Titan. SK model Go using Titan. It's a 300 SK reverse cable sequence, comment direct extrusion, uncomment for Bowden setup, Bowden extrusion, Z belt, mechanical end stop, true. True for 2130s. false for ledger optical, highest triggered, true for mechanical. Okay. If SKR driver is 2130, anything else? All right, let's switch that to true. So he's got all of them as true, but that might be correct on the 2130. So let's just build that and see if that gets us where we need to go. Scale of difficulty? You know, we've talked about like rating printers before, but I never really came up with a good scale. The Australian guys are always so hard to get a hold of. I do have a screen share feature, but most of the time it's so hard to read. It's not Walt, the fun of the country basement scale. Most of the time it's not that riveting. We'll let this compile real quick. I do want to take at least a quick break in between the streams. So, Fun in the Country Basement, it is a weekly hangout for me, Walter from Country 3D, and Glenn from Fun King 3D, if you don't know about it. So we alternate channels whose channel hosts the stream that week in between all three of us. If you need to find out where it is that week, you can go to funcountrybasement.com. One of the moderators will probably put a link in the description. That is country with a K. It's going to be on my channel this week, so tune in. It is at 4 to 6 Eastern every Sunday. So here in a couple minutes, I'm going to drop this stream, and then I'm going to start up another stream for that session, and it should be a good time. I'm going to hang out, talk with the guys, continue working on this a little bit, and we should be good to go. So that's my advertisement for FKB this week. Okay. Firmware has been uploaded. We have rebooted. Firmware is on current. That means we have loaded correctly. Where are our end stops? X is still triggered. Oh, wait. Let's redo EEPROM. That's a step I always forget. Still triggered. You know, they have X-Min, but they also have filament sensor. X-Min is plugged into the filament sensor. They're using those pins. I wonder if those pins got swapped. Like they never got updated? Well, let's find out. Yes, that's what it is. So the X endstop pins are still assigned to the X endstop, but by default, by this configuration, they have the filament sensor plugged into those pins. So you're going to have to reassign those pins, basically. Let me make sure that is 100% correct in the directions, what they told us to do. Maybe I put it in the wrong slot. Yes, filament sensor, filament runout is assigned to max, not min. That's what the problem is. So we're homing in the opposite direction, but it did home successfully. So that is probably a motor cable. And he's got some statements in here. But it's going to be a plug, like one of the plugs is off. But I would rather fix that in the firmware. SKR reverse cable sequence. So what do I have set? So I am reverse cable sequence false. So I want to go true. Okay. Destiny 2. Thanks for coming, Jerry. I appreciate it. Skynet is self-aware. You just got the 30-minute notification, 15 minutes out. We're going to let this one upload. I'm going to check it, and then I'll hop off just for a bit. And then I'll be back. There you go. So, now with that change, we turned reverse, so it inverted X and Y. But there's also an if statement in here for That's going to take a second. Okay, so we're going to switch over to Fun in the Country Basement. I've only got a couple minutes. Thank you, everyone, for joining the stream this weekend. This has been quite the build. It was fairly long, and there's still a little bit of troubleshooting yet, but we are really close to laying down some plastic. We should have it done. We should at least be printing in the next 2 hours. I do have to entertain the fellas, and you know that takes a little bit of doing. But so I'm gonna fire up another stream right at 3 o'clock. Feel free to please come back. We'll have the conclusion of this printer. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I have faith in it. Yeah, I probably do need a nap after a drink or so. But so join me right back here. I'm gonna end this one, and we'll see you in a bit. Thanks everybody for the tips and hanging out with me for this whole weekend. It's been a lot of fun though. So we'll